All right, finally. Plug the microphone in. How could I be so lazy? Let me mute that so I ain't hearing none of that. Turn this TV down. Ooh. And it happens. Stream starting. Got a couple things I gotta get done, hopefully. Resolution. And yeah. That's what we're shooting for. Mic check 1, 2. We got audio. I'm gonna flip on to the video here in a second, just making sure that I have everything. I gotta grab some gloves. And we should be good. Where is it? All right, let's run through some cameras. All right. Oh, it froze. Let me re-enable it. That's microscope. Do the little toggle. I know I still have one job on screen. That's okay. We got to finish that job up. So we got live view, fragile. Mic check 1, 2. All right, we got a report in from the UK, being heard loud or semi-loud. Let's clear the bench a little. Get this crap out of the way. We didn't get to eat it. All right, so grab this, snatch it out of the way. Going to hop on to where are we at? Take a seat. That way I can quit stumbling around with a busted up foot. This is the laptop from the other day. I just wanted to go in and check out a couple things on it. And I have one thing left to do, just because I didn't take note of something when I was working on it. Where are we at? I think we can do a pretty fair zoom in, I believe. We'll get us there. We'll microscope it if we have to. So here is the 3 screw holes that were missing. We've transplanted them. Actually, this is the one that was here, just the plastic was broke free. And kind of the way I've always done it is either just use the brass thing or cut one off of another laptop frame and then get them to the right height, super glue them in place. Once you have them fixed kind of solid with a wee bit of glue, I use like Post-it notes and cut strips to make a paper ring, and then I pour like 5-minute set epoxy in there, and it gets tacky and sets up in 5 to 10 minutes, and let it cure overnight, and boom, you have some new screw holes. This one, however, is supposed to be slightly higher than this one here, and I put them about the same height, so I have a piece of plastic that I sanded into a washer, and we're just going to take and essentially tack that down with some CA, and then screw this thing back together, rebuild it, and see if it's working. Yeah. Then get this thing off the bench. I hate working injured. We're going to be rolling a chair around a lot tonight as well. That's also a bad thing. Can I throw you there without losing you? Yeah. So I got a walking stick that I'm dealing with. Like, it's not even for walking. It's a wee bit Scottish. Come on, man. Wee bit. All right, let's we're gonna pop some CA glue on here. Just a little bit. I think we can get them out of our sight range some way, somehow. Actually, let's go in with the scope so we can actually see what we're doing. We'll scope this one out and see what the deal is. So there we go. A bit of an uneven surface. It is filed down to the same height, but it's kind of amazing what you can see once you get down in there. What are we doing here? Just a little bit more glue could go around, and this is epoxy. You can mix epoxy and CA glue. Just want to essentially drop a little bit just on here. We have our DC jack also to put in. That's another thing to factor. Fill in right around that a little bit. And then also want to dump some on this other side. Are we in focus on this? Kind of. Yeah. Yes, no. No, we're going to use that little bit, that wee bit that we just put on there. And that is ideally going to hold our little plastic shim in place. If we can get a good sight on it, get it lined up. Man, we do have some junk down in there. It'd be nice to get that out. Let's see if we can sort that problem quick as well. We're either going to sort it out or make it a lot worse. I don't know which one. All right, we did get it. Great. All right, so essentially, then we have this blob here that's kind of hidden by the hinge. It doesn't look great, but that's what CA glue does to plastic, is it melts it when it touches it. Anyhow, let's clamp this down. We're going to put some screws in place and reassemble this. Flip over to our other cam, get that the heck out of the way. Also, we have a DC jack. Let's not forget that. We'll try and get this in first go around. Everything all at once, right? So we don't have to do it 10 times over. Yeah, the dust for the color matching. Yeah, generally I do, but there wasn't a whole lot of red. I would have had to grind it up. But you can do that. That's a very true statement. You can grind up your dust, all the busted plastic. We could have sanded it, ground it into bits, and then did some matching. Yeah, we're gonna hit. All right, let's find some screws and put this thing together. Finally get it the heck off the bench. Just taking a moment finding the screws that I that I need to finish this. So we have a few there. We have a power cord that we also have to put back in place. That's gonna be fun. Actually, we got to move this up to do that, and we may have to trim more. because I did this one, this side without the power button there, but this side I had to move it to get it this way. We may need to clean out a little just to get our board to sit back down. Let's find out. How screwed is it? Yes, we're gonna have to chop a bit of the edge off of that, I believe. But hey, we have a screw hole there. That's the important part. A lot of people would argue that wouldn't it just be better to buy a new, what do I call it? New palm rest? Yes, it would. That's not the case in this. I'm doing this to help somebody out. If you weren't here for the earlier stream, got a situation to deal with. I'm glad I'm not the only weirdo that's thought of that, the color matching thing with the dust. Not like I mean thought of it like invented it, but like, hey, we could take this dust from filing, sanding this, and mix it in with the epoxy, or even you can mix it in with CA glue if you get the right plastic that CA glue melts. Easy, just mix the dust in, and you'll have a nice strong bond. All right. Thermal paste mess cleaned up. What were we doing? Oh yeah, power buttons. We need to trim this out of the way. And I think hopefully we can just get away with the paper and just the edge of it here. Just trim this out a little bit. The paper isn't really doing anything for strength. It's just kind of there because you put it in there to hold the epoxy back. You know, but it may give us the space that we need. To get our power switch back into place. Hopefully, that's the idea. No, we're gonna have to shave down the side of that a little bit, I think. Yeah. So be it. Let's go for it. Fairly certain we one more layer of paper here that we can take off. We'll try that first. I don't necessarily like doing this work. It is fun to see like make what you have work. And I think it's the kind of work you can expect whenever it's like, yeah, see if you have something that'll work without putting money into anything. That may have got us where we need to be. Let's find out. Tell you what's going to definitely let us get it. I'm going to take down the edge of this board a little because there's no components. Nothing important. And smooth out that fiberglass a little bit, that PCB. And a little bit much yet. Let's try and carve the edge of this off, just a little, scrape it. I think it's this bit up here that's holding us back, getting in our way. Hello, Nigel. Welcome. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it is. Don't know where you are, friend. Talking about a fit, and this is gonna, when this fits, it's gonna go in and sit in there. Probably be near impossible to take out. Here's what we're gonna do. Ooh, I don't want to stand. That sucks. Yo. Alright, so we're gonna move a little more material a lot quicker with this one. As I said, we don't want to get into any ground planes or anything, but what we are going to do is take and just clean off the edge of this just little with like 1 or 2 swipes. Three or four, who knows. Much coarser file. so it will move the PCB out of the way quickly. No, can't do it. Just a little bit off. A little bit still. No, I have the focus lock, so it's going to be hard to see this, but and that's in. That sets right in. All right, time to put a screw in it and move on from this mess. Okay, let's get this thing out of the way. What else do we have that we don't need? A bunch of everything, honestly. I will set that there. Spin this. We need to take a look at this bottom corner. So this is where I may. What? Right, camera didn't disconnect. That's good. I think that's fixed. What are we fixing tonight? Still dabbling in bits and pieces. Yeah. New mounting threads for laptop. The hinge. The epoxy. Then he still has a PS4 HDMI port to swap out. A phone. I have all kind of stuff, man. Yeah, so there's 4 screws on this side that hold this hinge on. Let me try and square that camera up a little. 4 screws, and 3 of the 4 were missing. And to take and put a new screen in the laptop for the owner, he would have opened it a couple times and it would have sheared this last screw hole right off, broke it loose. So I took and transplanted 2 screw holes here and then used the brass grommet, which was stuck onto a screw on this hinge. I fixed it in some epoxy. Basically made little retainer walls out of strips of Post-it note and then poured quick 5-minute set epoxy in here. I did that off camera. I did the basic super gluing of these 2 into place, but all the epoxy filling I did, that was off camera. And then put a plastic spacer on the one because I didn't notice this obvious offset from here to here. Even though you can see it in the metal, I didn't take note of the offset. So there we have it. Now we got to figure out which way this was wired. I believe the network wire was under the screen. And they both take a run around here. I'm not sure about that move. It may be that. No, it comes there. That might be it, honestly, because that would keep it out of the way of the screws. Makes sense. I don't know if I fully believe it yet, but we'll try it. We'll try it once, twice, 3 times just to be sure we're dead wrong. All right, so our DC jack is in place here in the corner. We did throw that in. I'm going to take and see if the long screws will thread in, which I don't think they will. There's probably epoxy fill under them. Guys, it's not even a screw for this system. Possibly it is. We'll keep it around for the time being. Just want to make sure that, you know, they're going to thread in without any issue. If they're going to stop, we'll switch to a shorter one. Don't want to be threading stuff in and breaking it loose before we even get it put back together. See, that one tightened up right away. Just means there's a little bit of epoxy down in there. We could drill it, get a drill bit, and just kind of drill it by hand in order to not bung up those threads. But I think we'll leave it. We'll just switch over to a couple shorter screws. It's not going to hurt anything. Even that one, we might have to clear that one out. It even wants to stop. And the long and short of it, this thing could just crack loose first go at it, you know? First time the user opens and closes it, bang, could crack and just completely break loose. But, you know, at least we tried. So we're switching to a way shorter screw here. The weight or the force of you need to go down some still. The force of opening it is kind of spread out across the however many screws. You can see that evidenced over here as well. Some earlier models of this design would just have 3 screws, but then they added in an extra tab with a, not of this same design, but similar. They added in a 4th screw just to try and help hold that hinge a little more. But overall, it's a bad design. You know, plastic palm rest. But what are you gonna do? You know, what can you do? Nothing. I'm really digging that. I'm gonna get a bit and try and just clear that out a little bit by hand. Yo, that hurts. Too big. Probably most definitely going to hit the threads, but we're going to try to spin it and just get some of the epoxy out of the way. All right, that's it. All right, now we're gonna nest this mess in here somehow. All right, and just to keep our display cable connected, not that that kind comes unplugged easily. This stuff can work its way loose. We'll just take and affix a piece of our double back tape. We need to push this metal into place too. Not that it's really doing anything or that supportive, but there we go. There we go. All right, DC jack. And then I believe, yeah, that sits in there. It loops up under the network card like so. And we just have to route our little Wi-Fi antenna wire there. All right, we're gonna swap something out quick. Just a little antenna keeper. If there's room for it, there should be. laptop's running DDR4, so it's not like this is... That one, yeah, that's one that I made. Okay. Not like this came out before these things were thought of. Alright, antenna secured, shouldn't go anywhere, shouldn't pop off. And finally, last piece of the puzzle, we're going to throw some new thermal paste on here. Not real worried about the mess, but let's go for it. Well more than what we need on this unit. This passively cold workhorse. All right. Finally getting this thing off the bench, out of the way. If you've never done, and I think it goes without saying, but we'll just put it out there anyhow. If you've never done work where you're routing display cables and whatnot, getting the route right is sort of essential on most computers. When you get it wrong, it tends to like make unnecessary bends, and you can snap the cable a lot. It'll wear out faster than it was meant to if you route them wrong. But the route that they set there is not always the best. I will also put that out there. All right, everything's in. We need to connect that SSD some way, somehow. And that we'll just use one of these other ones. Where is it? We have 8 there. Oh no, it's going to be a small one. Okay. Perfect. Let's grab one. I did pick one of those up, and I don't know where I threw it. Probably back in the screw box. We'll grab it and see. That'll work. Oh. All right, what do we got? Can we put the bottom on this thing, and finally the optical drive? I've already got out way more stuff than I ever planned to just for this. I hope the PlayStation 4 goes smoother. I really don't want to be getting up too much. foot being propped feels much better than having to move. All right, and there is room. We don't have to knock any walls out. There is room for the SATA SSD, being that there was a hard drive in there. So, good to go. Snap, crackle, pop. It's going back together slowly. We did mess with the latch on that part. That's where we had to cut part of it loose. So possibly it's not going to jump back into place, but we can always try. Don't think it's going to. Nah. Rely on the screws. We'll let them do their job. All right, optical drive. And if we remember how to count correctly, the 4 left should go under each little corner. Yeah, how about that? That wiggle test on the PS4, that infuriating. And that person stopped by to see, and I'm like, nah, not yet. I'm going to get to it. She's like, that's the same problem that it had when it came in. I'm like, yes, it is. I tried to flow the pins, and that didn't work, so now we're going to new port regardless. Lastly, battery, and let's try and open this thing up and see if it's just going to crack to pieces as soon as we move it. Okay, so that locks it, right? Locked. And that would be the one that kicks it out. Okay, doesn't come out. Tell you what, it don't sound great and don't feel great, but it does open and close. We're not going to sit here and give it the 1,000 wiggle test or anything like that. I don't know if the battery head charge will take. Grab a power adapter and plug it in quick. Make sure that something's going on with it. DC jack plugs in like normal, so that's good for all the modification we did in that area. It didn't shift it any. And we get our charge light, so we went orange. Kind of hard to see. A little orange light, that's good. And when we hit the power button, we get HP logo. Awesome. Go ahead and just going to shut down, not going to sign in. Or maybe I should. The battery is low. So we'll just take and not sign in, but shut this down and let it plugged in. All right, let me grab my little cane walking stick type thing. I'm gonna hustle this thing around to the other side of the bench. All right, HP charging, good to go. Let's jump on. What do we do here? I have an iPhone that I need to get done tonight. What's the scoop? Let's have a little debate. What the fuck is that? Get out of here with that silliness. Did I actually touch something to do that? There we go. So what do we do? Wrap up this PS4, then jump onto the iPhone, or straight to the iPhone? Check on chat here in a minute. I'm going to put these few things away, tools that are in the way. Get those later. What do we got? Any words? PS4, iPhone? Nothing? PS4 is going to be fun. Let's do the iPhone so it don't get extremely late. Although it's getting late. Man, that thing is blown apart. I'm just gonna make a mess all over the bench, all that glass. Man, I really hope that this phone's going to work putting a screen on. Anyhow, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Let's see what we can do. See if we can be of assistance. I don't want to reveal too many details, as I try not to. You know, about clients, customers, whatnot. Ooh. But there's data on this phone that is needed for something important. So, and the screen can't be seen, is what I'm told, because it got smashed on purpose. So, yeah. We're going to get a screen on it and hope that apparently it works now. Let's see. Let's test it. Is there a power button on this thing? You'd think it would be right there, right? Let's go. We're just going to tear it down. All right, what do we actually need for this guy? I don't think that one's small enough. No, but that one is. Man, this does not want to come out. Not easily, anyhow. Where are you? Penelope, there. Proper handle. All right, so junk bit was just shearing off and kind of starting to strip out the heads. All right, put those off to the side. There's going to be tons of glass, plenty of opportunities to get cut. Man, this thing is just bent to all craziness. So there's what we're looking at. You can see the charge symbol, and you can't see that whole spot, and there's lines. So let's go ahead and start working this out of here. We do have, yeah, wow, nice. We do have adhesive on this. I believe this has never been opened, so we got to start there. Start with getting that open. As far as I know, it's never been replaced. So we're going to try and simply start lifting it. Let's grab a few pics. This is did I say what this? This is an iPhone 11 Pro Max, I believe. Grab a few instruments of what it takes to hold this thing and start working our way around the edge. I'm guessing the bend in it is not going to let the adhesive hold it very well. Hopefully not. Hopefully it's not much of a fight. Wow. So is that coming out of the frame? We don't want that. We want to pull the frame out too. Right? This thing is in bad shape. All right, SIM card's out. Let's continue with trying to get this screen loose. Wow, the frame's actually broken up here. Insane. Oh, good thing it's not going to be a daily driver. This is just to get information off of it. Let's work back around this way because it doesn't appear to be broken here. No, it is. It's broken on both sides. So this top piece is kind of stuck. That's going to be fun working that out of there. Hopefully the adhesive, oh nope, it's going to be easy. The adhesive don't have too good a hold, if any. Go across the top, get to this side, and I think all we're going to have is a little bit of adhesive. But at this point, we should be able to open book this. Which side are the ribbon cables on? So it's like if it were like a book, that way we would open, or a book laying on its cover. We're going to open it that way. All right. Let's get. The hell are you? We put you away. You on the refrigerator. Where's the battery on this one? I think here, right? 11 Pro, is that it? I believe the battery's here on 11 Pro Max. So I'm going to take that off and all those. All right, let's see what we're looking at. What are we looking at? Tri-wing for the most part? Yeah, tri-wing all the way. All right, let's grab one. Well, that happened quick. There we go. Appears to be reversible. I'm not saying 100% it is, but it appears that way. That little plate, so we'll just throw that on there. Battery is there. Let's go ahead and get it disconnected if possible. What is that? I can't remember being in one of these recently. I'm gonna break the scope down and just take a look at the battery connector. That stuff is much too small to see by eye. Okay, so it's just that little padding that they have around there that is making it made it look kind of like there was a ribbon or something connecting from here to here. I didn't know if that was another thing that would pop up. So we're just going to go in and lift lightly, very lightly on this edge. All right, battery out of the way, and let's continue on. Flip back to our other camera. We should be able to zoom in a little. We'll try and lock that focus so it don't get blurry. There we are. All right, keeping on with the moving. As I said, this is not intended to be fixed to be a daily driver. This is simply information is needed off of here. So we're still going to do the best job we can with the screen, you know. I can't believe that it even still works. And this one final one, it feels like the screw holes broke loose or something on this, or I don't know, it just wasn't feeling right. Nope, it came out finally. There we go. Did it? did, but I didn't see where it went. Yeah. We'll take a quick look for it. The screw legit just vanished. On to other things. We'll take a look for it here in a moment. First, let's try and get everything disconnected. So it looks like we're going to have 1, 2, 3 connections that we need to undo. Really dislike going in and prying when I'm not under a microscope, so we'll flip back over there. For the time being, you can never see what you're poking at and whatnot, so we're just gonna get in here and try and take a look at these ribbons as we connect them. Or disconnect. All right, that bottomed out. Tighten that back up. Drop that. There we go. Now we can kind of see. So yeah, we need this one. Don't like using metal tools, but we can kind of see what we're doing here. I would hope with a microscope that we could see. Still don't want to bust anything up. All right, at this point, everything is loose. Before I go and fling everything over, I'm going to disconnect the adhesive that's holding the screen still to the phone, a couple little strands, and take a look for that screw to see, is it stuck to the screen? Did it stick somewhere on the phone? Got it. So it went somewhere I was not expecting. All right. It was laying. So it was over here on the bench. I did happen to find it. We'll take it and throw it where it goes. There. While we're at it, let's pick this guy up and move him out of the way. We don't want to bump it if we can help it. Knock those screws about. First things first, let's try and dump some of the glass out of this side of the phone. There is literally glass everywhere. Let's get a light brush and just try and give it a brush. Just brushing loose any glass that we can find. We'll take and try and grab the pieces as well. Another thing, we're going to get my fancy little tool back out to clean up the old adhesive off the edge of this. And I want to see how it works now as opposed to what I was trying to use it for the other day. So we'll take and grab it and see if there's anything that's going to work, if it's going to do what it's supposed to. Okay. What is the situation here? So this thing is for Oka glue, Loka, the liquid optically clear adhesive. After it hardens, it gets like a gummy residue type glue. Just moving the microphone. And this thing seems to clean it up pretty well. It also pulls off old adhesive off of iPads, iPhones, Android phones. So we're going to take and give another crack at it. Kind of worked, but kind of didn't the one day on stream. I don't know if it was more of a fail or more of a success. I just know. New tool, gotta find a reason to use it. Every use case we possibly can. We get a new tool involved, you know? And I think the thinner one, that when you put a little pressure down, it doesn't have to put as much pressure. It's more apt to like spring and jump around, but once it starts grabbing, it seems to wind the glue up better. So, of course, it may not work at all. We're going to go in with the scope on this one. Just we can do it by eye, but where's the fun in that when we got something that we can really see with? Why not, right? Let's try that. And that's it. Kind of just grabs the stuff and winds it up now. There's kind of a thing I'm wondering, is there a missing... No, that's all glue up along there. That's down underneath. That's fine. And that's what ends up with the glue. It winds up around. You just take and grab and pull it back off. It doesn't leave much residue, just enough to start grabbing again. And boom. Sure beats some of the cleanup that I've had to do with the stuff. You can see that frame is definitely cracked there. Now here's where we want to be careful. I don't really want to smack into that thing too much, which is probably going to be the case. Yeah, it's going to jump around. And if you get a finger near it that has gloves on, let me tell you, it definitely will wind your glove up, no problem. All right. We also don't want to be dinging around off the sensor and whatnot, so let's try and grab that. Oh boy. That looks busted. Did we break that? Or is that something somebody else broke? Let me see. No, that's not. Is that broke or folded? That's definitely broken. Yeah, no, that's off that ribbon cable. So no, we didn't break it. That got broken in the ensuing madness. What is that? Ground strap. And what is that, 2 connections? If we have to, I think we can reconnect that. It's just 2 pieces of wire. All right, on to it. Let's continue getting adhesive. And yeah, could you pull this off? Sure, you could just probably grab it and pull it, but why not? Like I said, new tool, you got to find every excuse you can to use one, right? Every time you have a new tool, every possible excuse to use it. And once you get it cleaned up, it seems to do that jump around and just spread out any little blobs that you do have. So that really worked well there. I think that concludes we're the whole way around the edge with it. And as much as that wound up, it is worth saying you just take and grab it and it rolls right off. This the surface of this thing here, it isn't rough and it's not smooth. It's just a weird, all I can say is it's a weird texture. I don't know what it is, but it likes to grab stuff and wind it up. So we got that clean. I don't know that little grounding pad's going to affect much. Obviously, it's not going to work right, but what does that go to? That goes to some sort of sensor. And being that it's not a daily driver, yeah. I don't know. We could restore that easy enough, though. It's just 2 wires. It's also worth noting that where it corresponds on the phone, this is what would cover the sensor, right? So we have a nice big open empty area here. So any little bits of work we did there aren't in jeopardy of getting smashed by anything. It's nice and open. So we'll see. Possibly solder that connection back up just to have that working. I don't know. That seems like a lot. We're going to boot the phone up with the new screen first and see, or get it charging, see what the story is there. So let's clean the area up good and grab the new screen and see what's happening. Got a ton of glass everywhere and adhesive. Suppose we can pick up all those little globs of adhesive, throw them away while we're at it. So first thing, new screen. We'll see if it boots up, or at least displays when we charge with it, and then the touch works. And if that goes well, we'll move on to moving the modules over. All right, so we have a new gasket. We have, what the hell is that? That's just a junk screen protector, not a glass one. I don't know that I have any glass ones here. Something's better than nothing though. We'll throw it on regardless. Keep that guy out. Mouse pad. There we go. Oh, so it's that what those two connections, ding ding, and that other one comes from the sensor array, right? Correct. Man, that thing is beat. I'm going to try and contain that the best that we can. Pull one more out, double layer it, have it go edge to edge. I understand that's not a great look for the cameras. So we'll solve that right now. Attempt to anyways. All right, one camera lens free or unobstructed. There's a flash there as well. We'll cut that out. Two. Moving on. Let's get this third one and that flash and then continue on. And it wanted to rip. Very nice. Alright, flash isn't near as perfect as the cameras. But I think we contained a lot of the glass there, so let's go ahead and trim this up just a little. Still have that tape trying, at least contain as much of that as we can. That thing, it's dipped out on the back like this. Did we really freeze? Holy shit. Come on, go and go. Yep, we gotta go back. Let me re-enable that. Where is that? There. Boy. There we go. So I just took and put tape on the back for the frozen camera. I didn't happen to notice that at first. So frozen camera, put tape, 2 strips of tape on the back, cut out around the lenses in the flash. I'm trying to contain this glass, and that is severely bowed out. And that's just the amount of force everything in the phone when it hit the ground. Intentional smash. That's the amount of force of everything in there shooting out the back. So let's trim this off. Did not notice that was frozen, but hey, finally did, you know. Cameras just disconnect sometimes. I don't know what does that. Well, I do. Cam link, that's why. Anyhow, I'm kind of scared to press on anything and push that back in. It would be nice to just at least unbow that battery. The battery has a massive dip in it. But I'm just scared to even try and move anything like that. I don't want anything getting pinched or broken, so we're going to go with it as is. As I said, it's not a daily driver, so all right, try and get rid of some of the glass on that one, and these connections here on any iPhone are also not my favorite connections to play around with. They're just horrible. I understand why they use them, make stuff nice and thin, but yeah, I have a personal vendetta war against these types of connectors. I don't like them. But I do understand their place in our technology. All right, let's get a charge on this. See if it's going to act normal. Well, it won't act normal. Let's see what we can expect. Where's the charger? So we'll grab you. Actually, we won't. We're going to... Bitch, I don't have it. Whatever. I don't have my USB-C power brick here. That would be nice. It would really get the charge happening on something. What are you? PS4 cable. All right, we'll see if we can get this turned on. We're going to have to flip back and forth to and from this right now. No, let's unplug that first. Let's plug the battery in. We obviously don't want any of the cables unplugging and shorting out, but we're not going to take the time to put that plate in just for initial test. Let's plug our battery in. All right, battery's in. Just simply set this on here. All right, we're not getting the cord. We just have the battery. You know, that one. So that means we are indeed getting a charge. That's good. no cord and battery. So we'll set this off to the side, let it charge up a little. It'll only be a few minutes till it turns on, so trying to figure where to put this without knocking the screws all about or yanking it off the counter. We'll just be careful with it there. All right. There's screen protector, gasket, throw it over out of the way. And finally on to, fuck man, that screen is wacky. I can't believe that screen's not broke. It's broke, but it's not broken. This glass screen protector is broken, but perhaps we could harvest that without, we'll try it. We'll see if we can get that one off and apply it on the new. It's way better than the plastic. That's all out of the way, kind of, sort of. Yeah, right. All right, go back up to where you're commonly found. Trying to move all these screws without dumping them. As I said, we'll come back to the iPhone in a few. Just going to keep moving on. This is how you have to do it on an active bench. Put this guy away for now. Did its job, did it well. Better than pulling that adhesive and cleaning it up. Is it perfect? No, but it definitely saves some time, it seems. Would love to try it across the full width of a screen. When you have the outer glass separate from the LCD and the digitizer and cleaning that Oka glue off or Loka. Oh, hey, we may, with our talking and rambling, we may get to test this after all. We have an Apple logo. All right, no SIM card installed, unable to activate Face ID, but it does unlock. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go in and change something on the display. Touch is working. You know what? We can do that. So from what we can see, touch is working. I'm going to go to accessibility, touch. Where is it? Assistive touch, we'll turn that on, and that's going to throw our little thing down here. And I just want to see if I can drag it all over the place without losing it. Covering up, there's people on here, so I'm going to try and go up. Yep, all the way up. It just follows my finger. Wherever I go, you can see that it lags behind a little bit. It catches up. So touch is working. Sounds good. Let's take it off screen. We will take a moment and program True Tone to it. Slide the power off. Ooh, what's going on up there? Why is it not recognizing? Did it break loose? Okay. Volume up, volume down. Let me put this down and try this. So assistive touch works up there, but That's weird. All right. Let me change. Okay, I got the people off the desktop. So here's what gets me. We can swipe. Every swiping's working, doing what it does. Our assistive touch thing follows us all the way up here, and we lost it due to the top. Wherever we go, it follows us. But volume up, volume down, power. Slide to power off. Even if I hold the screen and get some good pressure, slide to power off is not working. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn assistive touch back off quick. Settings, accessibility, touch, assistive touch, turn it off. Go back, boom, 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 boom. Go out. I'm not understanding this one at all. Regardless, we can just power it off. Can we hold all three? Or is that going to boot loop it? Oh, it finally got it. Okay, maybe it was the gloves acting up, but usually gloves never affect it. Anyhow, there we go. So, unplug our battery again. Actually, here, let's do this. We'll do this live on the air and show you. Let me turn it back on. Let me get a couple. We'll plug it in at least. It should turn on. Is it going to prompt to boot from being plugged in? Sure is. I don't know if that's going to cover the people, but it should at least try to cover some people. You know what? That will definitely cover people, I think. Oh yeah. We got people covered. All right, I got to start up a few tools on my computer, so let me go ahead and get those cracking. So we're going to go there. Yes. As soon as it opens up. What display? That I have to open. It's always fun to find it. Yes. All right. So yeah, sure. Sign in. All right. So you'll kind of see a little bit of my Restream Studio, but I'm getting it covered up. Here's the one thing that we want to do. We're gonna take our phone. Let me see. Do I have another lightning cable present? And then plug into the computer. I think I tried this before and it failed miserably. Unplug the one capture card. And what I'm going to show you here, this is restoring True Tone without. We have the screen we took off, so we could just copy the data from this. Everybody shows how to do that with a programmer. Okay, so let's mark this now, so there's no funny business. Excuse me. Old blah 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 blah. We'll put some marks on it there, so we know it's the old one. We'll keep it there, and we'll let's take a look at the phone. So when we swipe down from the top and we touch here, we can clearly see that we have dark mode and night shift. So we're missing the True Tone option. It's not there. It should be the third option there. Okay, we ain't got it. Now here's what we're going to do. We're going to take an unplug from here, and we're going to plug into my computer. Hopefully this reads this. Let's flip over LCD. Yep, there we go. So we can see. So what we want to do is we want to look at 3utools device. Let's see if it can tell if one's connected or not. I may have to install a driver. It's been a while. I'm going to hit repair now. iDevice not connected. Blah, blah, blah. iDevice is connected. Oh, it says not. We'll flip the cable. See if that makes a bit of difference. So it's going to redo our Bonjour service, the Apple mobile device service. You'll see. It's doing what it's doing. It's been a minute since I've had something plugged into this one. And honestly, so Apple mobile device support installed. Okay, port status. So it's still saying not. I'm going to wake the phone back up. Keep it unlocked. We're also going to go into the display settings, right, and turn the auto lock from 30 seconds over to never for right now. And let's see if we can get this thing. Try and plug in. I am using an adapted cable, so that could be the number one problem. Return. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take my trust. So yeah, trust this computer. And there we go. Okay, iDevice is connected, so we can see it here. What we want to pay attention to is there's a number I'm looking for. Battery life, details, ECI, CD, IMEI. So this number here, I don't know if it's UDID. Hold on. Info, photos, da, 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 da. Battery life, hard disk type. Yeah, it's this UDID number, as far as I know. But we can pop this up. Or sorry. Ooh. Unable to read data. Why can it not read the data? I believe that's the number we need. Okay, so this is the one thing. This is what I'm talking about. We're going to swap the cables. Even though this finally did read it, we're just going to literally take and throw down my adapter cable and grab this actual Apple cable, plug it in, and go back over and plug into my computer and see if we can get that. Reading device info. Good. Still can't get the cover board number. I believe that's the number we need, honestly. I hope not. But I fear that it is. Let's go look. Let's take a look around. So what we want is so in your Keonly whatever program, you hit chip on the left here, right here, and then you want to origin color restore without origin LCD. Oh, is it the MTSN? Okay, so where is the damn number that I need? MTSN. I don't remember that. Close. MT serial number. It might be that number I can't get. Let's copy it anyway. This one. Copied. Let's see if it pastes anything in here. I doubt it. Cover board number. Unable to read data. Okay. Cover plate code into the input box below. Connect the new screen to the device. Connect to the computer. Blah, 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 blah. Hold on, actually. Sorry. My mistake. Oh, and you just got to see it all. Did I close it? No, we'll pop it back up. So what we're going to do is unplug. Hear me out. Unplug. And let me not touch the phone, see if I can get it that way again. No, it's acting crazy. There it goes. Finally. All right, we're going to power down, disconnect our battery, and disconnect this screen and just pop the old screen back on real quick. No harm. Of course, it's not going to be able to get the data. But it should still read it, what I don't get. No, that's completely nuts. You should still be able to get it without the data. Possibly no. Possibly, Let's find out. Let's find out if having the screen on makes a bit of difference. Hopefully it doesn't. And while we have this on here, if touch works, we can also try and see if this has True Tone on it, or was it replaced. Did the deferred model replace anything of the sort? Alright. Just because it's being silly doesn't mean we can't still get some power going into it. We'll prompt it to boot. Hopefully. And we're going to plug into the computer while this power's on. Yeah, so we're still cover board number. Okay, so we did get a number. So this is a screen that has it. So that is the number that we need. So we're going to copy that Does it make a difference without the screen? I don't know. Maybe the sensor array? It doesn't make sense why that would be, but that's the giant number that we need, as far as I know. All right, copy, boom. So what you can't do is use that in there. And oh yeah, what did I say? True Tone, right? Wow, this thing is closed. So it does have a third option. I don't know if it'll rotate, so we can see there was two before. Closer together, it does have the third option, True Tone. Oh yeah, sorry. True Tone is True Tone's right there, and it was off. Doesn't make sense though why it wouldn't come up without the screen. Because you should still be able to get that info without the original screen. Even if it's a bad screen, you can restore it without it. 3U tools should be able to give you the data you need, unless it's because of the broken ribbon. I don't know what determines that number offhand, but just to make sure that we're doing the right one, I'm going to look it up. I quit pissing around with iPhones for a reason. And this is one of the main reasons, because they're aggravating. Wrong one. You're the guy. Thank you. You and you. All right, old screen. I want to try and find that number any way that I can. So I'm going to boot the phone right now. We have both screens here. New screen, old screen. We're just going to plug it in without the screen in. Not that that's going to do any good. We're going to see what happens. See if it can give us the number without the screen on. And we'll see it connect in 3U tools when it actually turns on. Sorry, it's not going to turn on unless we plug the battery in. My mistake. It's getting late. My foot is screaming at me. All right, come on, iDevice, turn on. Be a way to grab it. I just don't know. Hold on. to read the cover. Okay, use the Hourglass Assistant or Ace Assistant to read the cover plate code of the original screen. Yeah, fill the obtained cover plate into the input box. Connect. I'm going to set this down here. That's just a booted up phone without a screen. I'm pasting this back in for reference to see, just so I can see that number, but I want to see if we can find it anywhere in 3U tools. It starts with a GR. No, I don't think we're going to find it anywhere unless we have it. But I know this is clearly not true. Still looking for that number and I'm not seeing it anywhere. Watermarks, copy to clipboard, save. Nope. No dice, man. It's not. We're not getting it. So let's look it up real quick. Let's see. If we want to go somewhere, we'll actually look this up. Coverboard ID. iPhone 11 Pro. iBox 2 to retrieve the number from the sysconfig. Okay, so we have this is iPhone 11 Pro Max. Except for the MTSN cover board number, it says unable to read data. Let's do that. Okay, so remember what I said we were doing here? Remember what I said? Toolbox. You know what? Let's just disconnect the phone for right now, because that will take us out here. If we click on that, repair driver, and so where is the no need to install advanced repair? We're going to actually try and do some of this stuff of what they recommend. Recommended for a reason. What reason? Who knows? Old driver successfully installed. Please replug the device. Yes, we'll do that in a moment. Return. Repair driver. We're going to let it go through all this again. I don't remember iTunes not installed. That's not true. Is it? I wonder if it can't see iTunes as being installed because it is not. Because it is not the. Come on, man, just close. It's not the install, it's from the Microsoft Store. It's that version. Not installed iTunes. What else? Complete. Please replug iDevice. Let's see if this makes a difference. Just trying to get that same number to show. And now that we know that it can have issues with iPhone 11 Pro. Yeah, it legit can't do it. So try to fix the iTunes driver. Oh boy, they're just posting random shit, so it's getting wacky out there. So definite issue with it. What was that program they said? iBox 2. Try to fix the iTunes driver. Is this gonna? What do they have me doing here? I'm gonna mute this guy. We don't want to send somebody else's stuff out, but I am gonna watch this quick. Skip. 3 tools. Repair driver. I thought we did that. You have installed all drivers. Oh. Okay, let's try that. We'll go about it that route, right? Toolbox. All right, we're getting this cover board number without the display. We will hopefully find a way to copy it. No. This stuff can get tedious. Even though I have it here, one or more users on this computer have installed iTunes from Microsoft Store. All users must uninstall iTunes. That's fine. I don't mind. I don't want the Microsoft Store one. Let's go control panel. Yes. I have no problem with that. iTunes, you can leave. It's not going to be there, is it? Nope. All right, Microsoft Store, here we go. Give me the remove button. Are you fucking kidding me? Did it go? Is it gone? It left that easy? Okay. do it again. Now that it's allegedly gone. That seems like an old version, don't it? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Okay, where did my other program go? There. All right. So that's the number we need, but we're going to get that number other than doing it when the phone has the original screen on. How I know is that you can restore it without the original screen is this iPhone 11. The owner of it did a screen change themselves and threw away the original screen and then brought it in to get fixed. Didn't know about the Touch ID module, wanted the notification gone. And I'm just like, yeah, you need the original screen for that. You're going to have to get an Apple part. They wanted to do it cheaply, did it themselves, didn't know about they needed the screen. And I did get True Tone restored on this one. It's definitely there. But let's see. Let's get back to this and see what's what with it. Sure. Okay, there we go. iTunes is going to pop up here. I'm just going to hit cancel on that. Cancel. Nobody cares about the store. Here's that. Let's go to iDevice, and we're going to unplug and replug this phone that we have no screen on currently. Plug. Let's see if we can get those details yet. That would be amazing. Still unable to read. No need. No Apple application support 64-bit. It says no need. Advanced. What else is there? Oh, hold on. Let me try this too. I want to try one thing. I want to plug this phone into a different USB port. Let me unplug one of the webcams. We're going to go to, because I'm plugged into a dock. So let's plug into an actual USB port now and see if that makes a difference. Don't know that it will. Still unable. No dice. Oh, here we go. Let me mute this. Give me Always, always, always the phone calls. Fucking love them. All right, so battery connected, new screen connected. Doubt very much so, but we're gonna still try and fight this one out and get that covered board number, even though I have it. It's just I want to do battle and see if I can't get it without copying it from having the old screen connected, because there are circumstances where you don't get the original screen because it's already been replaced and nobody copied True Tone over and you need to restore it. Did not know about the potential problems with the iPhone 11 Pro, 11 Pro Max, and other models. I've never run into them, but just because I've never run into them doesn't mean that I'm not going to, as is evidenced here. So I am determined to get this cover board number, cover board ID. Yeah, I know, low battery, of course. Close. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. All right, let's try. What else can we do? So we installed the thing. So it says installed. Reset now. Oh no, we're not restarting the computer. So we're not restarting it. So if it's a WinSock issue, nope, not happening. We'll just copy it over. And I don't know that it is. What's repair driver? We'll let it rip through this again now that iTunes is actually installed. And if this doesn't work for it, then I don't know what to tell it. And we're in an actual USB 2.0 port this time instead of through like a USB hub. And the hub was plugged into a hub. So we're direct to computer with an actual Apple cable. Don't forget the old screen that will give us the number easily is here, not connected to the phone currently. Is this exciting? No. Can it be done? Yes. And that's what I'm trying to do. Trying to think of the name of that other program. What the hell was that called? iBox 2. Apple mobile device support. Why the hell? Setting up iPhone. Okay, there we go. Maybe that's the one we needed. Yeah, there we go. Boom, boom. All right. I give. Last chance. What is that? What the hell was the name of iBox 2? Let's see if we can get this stupid number. Is it a possibility? The NPC. Oh, jeez. What do they have us going to? So they have it right there. Add the search for the original. Look, it's right on screen. Add the search for the original True Tone code. Copy the True Tone code and write it through any brand of instrument to achieve unbinding and repair. Perfect. Download the file. Probably some type of spyware. That's exactly what we want. Something's going to infect the computer and take down the one that does all the main work here. Holy shit, 5 minutes. All right. Overlong. Straight nutty. All right. Well, general idea, general consensus, that would be it. If you get it, which evidently we can with another program, and if not, an iPhone 11 Pro or whatever other model. Point being, when you copy, you get this whole thing. I'm just going to progress the stream ahead. I know we got it without. Believe me, you can get the number, even if you have to use another program and have a programmer. I do have a USB programmer here. We're not going to hook into it with I don't even know if the programmer is compatible with that program. You need to highlight the space before everything ahead of the number, and not even that slash I put in. It all needs deleted, so it's just that number. And once you have that number into your program, yep, still just can't read that. Can't read the shit. And so screen serial number is fine. That's because there's nothing on it. Got that. Close that for now. And we're going to unplug the phone. Actually, we're not. Well, we are, but we need to turn the phone off and get programmer down. That's kind of the next thing. a USB cable to reach that far. Ideally, you don't want to use extensions, anything of the sort. That will generally always lead you to issues. However, my computer is too far away from camera sources, so we're going to have to use an extension cable in this instance to get our iPhone cable over here. So unplug it, plug in our extension cable. And we'll plug this in, even though it has battery power. We got this. What we're going to do is go ahead and hit repair. And, shit. It's there. Sorry. It's there. So I hit repair, and it said recording data, please wait 100%. And data is being written. Once this finishes, it will pull up that the GR992661 PJ HM74 at 6T plus blah 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 and so on. The big goopy number that we couldn't get. So yeah, basically we restored True Tone function to this screen, or copied it over, even though we didn't copy it from the new screen, just simply by having the number. And you can get that. As I said, with some phones, I didn't know about the problem. I haven't done iPhones for quite a while, but I didn't know about the inherent problem with the 11 Pro. And actually, the last 11 Pro and 11 Pro Max that I didn't have this issue. It's only some that do. So, read from underlying, write to underlying. So we're going to hit the button to write. Sorry, read. Data is being read. Data reading complete. Our number is right. We'll hit the write. Data is being written. Although it's already done this, we're just doing it a second time over to be safe. Essentially, the stuff that here's what just happened. The data the number we plugged in on screen up here when we hit Origin Color Restore without Origin LCD, and we just pasted that number in, that was already written when we did that process. But we read it back from the phone and then wrote it to the phone. How you do that is you would plug in the screen, read from it, unplug, plug the new screen in, and then write to the new screen, all without turning your programmer off. Anyhow, let's disconnect and go back here. We'll hit the button, turn it off. I'm going to leave it over there out of the way. And screws are out of the way. Old screen, can get rid of it. Throw it off to the side. Let's put the new one on. We're going to throw the gasket on. And let me replug my camera so the system doesn't freak out thinking it's not there. That'll be the next thing. The computer losing its shit because the actual webcam's missing. All right, so we kind of had the screen to get that number. I didn't feel like diving into a program or finding a way to get it, but I guess be advised, be aware that you may not get that number, and you're gonna have to do some work to get it, depending. Right, so let's pull this shit over, see what's what, get this put together, and move on to the PlayStation. I can call this person, have them come up to get their phone. All right, battery's in. Yeah, battery is disconnected. We're going to take and install the new gasket quick. Figure out which way it goes. It will go that way. So we have to peel one off, then the other. These I never seem to have luck. Lining them up is just not a nice big chunk of adhesive there. Plus, let's keep in mind we have a busted frame on both top corners. So we need to find a way to get this in there, get it square. I'll actually pop over to this camera. So without those inherent issues of where it can actually read the number, you can restore True Tone without the original LCD. But there be problems sometimes. So let's go ahead and see if that is about where that wants to stick. Are we up? We're kind of up. Kind of up. Kind of up. We'll put that in. It's not perfectly straight, but it should be enough. You would hope it's enough to get it lined up. Does it even make sense to put this in? No, but it comes with the screen. It's being paid for, so we're putting it in. See if we can work this. Nope, it doesn't want to come off yet. So we're going to really try and stick this adhesive right here. That broken frame is not helping us right now. Everything's free except this one side. And the frame's even kind of broke down here as well too. On the bottom a little bit. If we get the adhesive to cut loose, that would be great. Got it. As long as it stays. Okay, now screen time. Well, yeah, screen time. We're just going to simply set this on here for right now. Try and keep some dust out of it. It may stick, may not. We're just going to slightly move it out of our way. We're going to flip the module over. This is the part I hate doing. The earpiece and sensors, whatever's in there. So we have Phillips. Let's go ahead and go with it. So let's find our screws. So 1, 2, 3. I want to say there's more than that. There may not be. Is that a try? It is. It is. It is. All right. 1, 2, 3. And there's glass everywhere in this thing. I'm glad I didn't pull that. So we need to undo the little connectors and everything up here. So let's get the scope in here. This is serious business. Bring the scope in for this job. Bring it in under the other camera. Switch over to it. And let's see what we can do about getting all that lifted up without ripping that so tiny little connection there. That little bit of ribbon cable. We want all the sensors in that loose first. So let's try and coax them out of where they may be. You don't have to do this with a microscope, but let me tell you, it can help you get in there and see. So looking at this, I don't see a connection like the other iPhones where they have a little slide down latch thing. So this should, other than some adhesive, want to come up out of there easy. That one, and then that one. I'm going to throw some hot air at the front of this to see if it, right at the front here, to see if it will release any of that more so. So let's get hot air. Using too hot of air can damage your sensors, so keep that in mind. We're just going to throw a little bit of hot air on those sensors that are stuck in with clear adhesive, some type of clear or Loca, liquid optically clear. Who knows? I don't know what they lay in there. Little bit of heat, just put it to the front of the glass. Let's get in here and see if anything wants to start lifting out yet. It'd be amazing if it does. So that's starting to break loose. Let's see if we can get the, what is this, a mic? And possibly the wrong instrument to use here. It's usually what I end up having to resort to get this thing out. A little bit of it, most of the adhesive still stuck down there. Some on this. We'll probably not get that piece out. Let's see if we can lift this side out as well. So there's that one, and it goes on over to our little microphone buddy here. So without chopping the rest of this stuff, let's see if we can finagle this up out of the way. So the problem with this one is there's a little foam gasket there, then there's this really sticky piece of adhesive. IPA, we're going to flood some IPA onto it to see if that will let us work it loose. May, however, also eat the foam, but let's see if we can get it. So there goes part of that. We'll have to recenter that, and everything is loose now. I doubt we'll get that other piece of clear adhesive out, but we can try. I doubt it very much so. Hot air. It's going to snap and ball up. Yep, foolish endeavor done. Let's put it in the new one and continue on. Do we have anything to pull? No. It will stick down with part of the adhesive that was still on it. Let's look at the sensor quick. No adhesive there. Some there, or yeah, wait. Okay, should work. We're going to move that little square over. So we have to retrieve that out of the old screen here. And this one right here, don't know if we're going to get it. We're sure going to try. No, just going to rip. Maybe not. Maybe not entirely bad. Yeah, now it's separated. So looking to see what it is we need to cover on this sensor, going by the way that I pulled it out. So that's going to cover too much there because it's cut out further on the one. See right there? Those little dots, we're going to want them not covered at all. And that's because it's flipped, it's inverted, it's supposed to go that way. One side's cut out more, but there's no adhesive left on it where it's cut out more. Or was it that way? Maybe, I don't know. Actually, yeah, it does go this way. Because this is, the side that's up doesn't have adhesive, which it would imply what? That it's still stuck on the old screen. So we got to make this work. That's new. Where's the old? You see, there's all the old glue. And it's not even tacky on one side where it's split off at. So no sense in even trying to take this muck of a mess out. What else do we got? New screen. Time to quit playing, put it together, and be done. The microphone. We got to look at that one. That one was kind of iffy at best. And it did say that would need centered again. As the adhesive folded up and came unfoamed. Right there. All right, microphone unblocked. Not sliding back into place. Let's put everything in place. Screw it down and hope there's enough adhesive to hold everything. I don't have little tiny new pieces of that type of adhesive stuff. So and this is one of the very many finicky reasons that I don't deal with phones much anymore at all if I don't have to. This seemed like a good cause. Need it for info. Not a daily driver. We'll get it working for that much. Don't know if any of these sensors are needed for the info. Here goes. All right, tri-wing screw. Let's put that in. Boom. That will be this one. spin it and grab the 2 Phillips. And can you do this by eye? Certainly. It's a lot more fun doing it this way, right? Everybody gets to see instead of just me. Also kind of cool that we're looking at screws under a microscope. Alright, that's in. One thing I didn't do was peel the shiny back piece. I don't know if we can get that out from under. Is everything the way it is? We'll try. We'll see. I doubt it, but we'll give it a shot. So there's one I just peeled, essentially. The whole back piece here. Now we're going to try and get this top one off. I don't know if that's a thing, if it's going to peel so easy. With that sensor module in there, we might have to unscrew that. All right, we got the whole piece out by rolling it out. It wasn't comfortable, wasn't great. It came out. Let's put this on the phone. And be done. Yeah, don't be picking up that strip too much, man. I don't want you disappearing. Get in there, stick down. Thank you. Nightmare fuel, every bit of this. There's one. Two. Three pain in the butt ribbon cables. And if we didn't, we didn't stick to our gunk yet. So we'll take and prop our screen here. We're going to try like crazy to throw all our screws back in without dropping them. Come here, you. Did you get my WhatsApp message? Yes, I did, sir. Sorry. Just woke up. Yes, I got your messages. I will be shipping. It'll probably be beginning of next week. I don't know. Something like that. I broke a toe, fractured a toe, hurt my foot pretty good. That's why I'm sitting down working. I've been off from the night job this is my second day. So when I feel a little better, I'll be out running around and get that posted out to you, Coco. It's in place. Let's move this one. Get that in place. Hey, welcome in, friend. I didn't see your message. Hopefully they weren't up there too long. I keep trying to look back at chat, but it's pretty dead around here at some points. I was trying to restore True Tone without having to use the original LCD to get the number, but for whatever reason, 3U Tools can't read some iPhone 11 Pros, 11 Pro Maxes, and iPhone, just different models. It won't read the cover board ID. There's a different program, but I'm not going to experiment with a program live on stream. I'll get my iPhone 11 behind me and experiment afterward to see, because I don't want to mess up a customer device. I'll mess with my own iPhone to see about getting that cover board ID with an unfamiliar program. There. What a mess. Just go together. The amount of tiny screws. Out of the way. Yeah, I'm okay. I don't know if it's broken, fractured, what. I'm like walking with a cane type thing. Should be fine. I went to kind of like a free clinic type place and sat for a while, but then they something brought a kid came in ahead of everybody, and then the receptionist opened the window and like, yeah, we're handling another emergency. It's going to be a couple more hours. And being that I needed x-rays within the next 15 minutes before they shut them down, a couple more hours of sitting waiting didn't seem like it was going to do me any good. So I currently waiting on an appointment to get into my primary care doctor to go get x-rays done to see if anything's broken, see what's what. But yeah, other than that, fine, smashed up pinky toe. There's always that one screw, and I think he's the one. He's the one that's gonna be a problem for everybody. All right, connecting the battery. Let's put the little plate on there as well. What's going on with you today, Coco? Working, or it's your Saturday, right, bud? You work? What do you do on Saturdays? Yeah, I didn't start till late, man. That's why you caught me here. Definitely good to catch up. It's always good to catch. You can message anytime, man. You got me on WhatsApp, right? You got my information. Just message. I talk to people. Some. That crazy Chris guy in the UK, I talk to him a lot. The one that has that Chairgate video. All right. I'm not even going to try and connect that other ground strip up there. Like I said, I don't think it's essential for data. So we're just literally going to pop this in here and see about everything kind of going together. I doubt it's going to stay number one just because of the shape that everything's in. It's bent. Yeah, this straight screen is literally not even connecting down in the middle. The whole phone is bent that bad. It doesn't even want to snap in. I could bend it back, but I don't want to, man. I'm scared to start bending a phone. That's just not kosher, not right, not cool. Let's get these little screws, the pentalobe, throw those in, and plop this boy back in a case. I just can't get over how far out the back everything shot, like pushed out. Let's do this to it, right? We'll turn it on. Is that a thing? It is. Let's throw the SIM card back in. We'll give a good brush out on the case here. Gonna try and give it a good clean to clean everything out of there, glass wise. Shit, we might even benefit from like a wash to clean the glass out, but let's go with a brush up. Let's go with a brush. You work on Saturdays. Jeez, man. What are you doing on a Saturday? Is this like top secret government stuff? Come on, spill the beans, man. What's going on? Building spaceships over there or what? What are you possibly building on a Saturday? Oh wait, you're the media guy or the talent, something talent. I forget what you called it. You might be building spaceships for all I know. Nope. Yeah, we don't want to show people. So let's put the phone in here. Come on, just. All right, so we'll swipe down. I know the battery's running low, and whenever we touch this, we do have our True Tone setting. It is there. Old screen, remember? The one with the glass screen protector. We have our True Tone setting. Now, however, we did copy the number when we had this screen connected to the phone. But as I said, there were inherent issues getting it from the other one. Let's see, what the hell is this thing? I feel like these screen protectors are like from 10 years ago. That one, remove me. Screen guard of LCD screen. 2, guard of LCD screen. Screen guard of LCD. So it's 2 layers. This one has the yellow color, yeah, and it's a nice clear plastic. Do we even dare try and put where does the Not really a great screen protector, but it's on there. It's something. We're gonna press it down, then peel this other the front. And it's not really yeah, it's plastic, so it's not gonna sink on like glass, and it'll be full of bubbles. I don't know about that. I think we might try and move the glass one over. And we got dust under it. I like glass ones, not these. Not this crap. You know there's 100 things stuck to that already. Hopefully the other side, though. Too much dust here. Maybe we just leave it without. And of course, all you have to do is tap to wake this thing. And we keep showing people. Go to sleep. I don't know how you're supposed to put these plastics. Are these the ones you can put on with a little bit of liquid? The plastic, you can do it with the glass ones. I know that. Sorry, but that's just awful, man. That can come off. That's scrap. Go to sleep, you stupid phone. You know what? I say get a new one. Not a chance this is coming off in one go. Not with all the cracks that are in it. Nope, already started delaminating in one spot. There's a metric ton of cracks through this thing. So to try and get, yeah, no. Alright. Anyhow, let's clean this up and get this PlayStation up here. I gotta do work to it. I'm going to mute and give this person a call quick. Actually going to just stick this together and try and figure out a use case for this thing. Dust and all. Alright, that goes back on the fridge. Get a new drink. It's out of here program. What did you say? Yeah, work on Saturday. You didn't tell me what you're doing on Saturday though, man. I'm right about the spaceships. You can admit it, right? Is that what it is? Spaceships? I wonder is where the heck are they going? Alright, let's put the programmer up here. Just write down that I did a screen swap. Feels crappy putting so much into a phone that just literally needs data off of. 11 Pro Max. Screen works and we can touch it, so it's good for a tester if we need to test something. Throw it in the pile of test parts. Where will you fit? Where would you look good? Would you look good there? Yeah. Of course, right there. What? What? Free tools? Shit. We didn't even use them. We'll throw them in the bin with all the others. Alright. Let me get this shit out of the way. Where are we at? SIM card tool, Torx. That's SIM card tool. What is that? That is Pentalobe. Pentalobe, there's that. Torx driver, we'll keep him out. We need him for the PlayStation coming up. Put a few things away. We'll keep him out just in case, just cause it's good to have him around. And we'll throw him back here. Put you back there. Fucking mess that thing is. Oh, that's right. Yeah, when to plug this in for this user, we'll get a charge on it. Let's get the Apple cord. My adapted cord isn't working too well. And there we go. Charging. Perfect. So charging. And we'll flip it. So no dot. Charging. And we'll flip it over to the dot. Charging works both ways. That's all we can ask for. And this over out of the way. I got a minute of paperwork to do. I'm going to do that. It sucks doing paperwork on the air, but it needs done so this device can leave. So I still have PlayStation and a laptop. One laptop is definitely done. The red thing that we transplanted screw holes on, that one's done and out of the picture. It's actually sitting on the other side of the bench charging up, which is good. Take that back and give it to the owner. Let's get a different view for a few. There we go. Broom on the ground. Perfect. All right. Where are we at here? Go back. We're going to grab another iFixit handle to get a Phillips screw out as well. Or a Phillips driver out. I think we'll put this one away for the time being. All right, second iFixit handle. If anybody's still alive, let's get some votes. PlayStation. It's quiet. Too quiet. Yes, I know, Twitch. So either way we go, this could be interesting. We've got a PlayStation to fix the wiggly HDMI port on, which I'll probably do that, and then I can tear into this. This has a cracked display, so I need to put a good condition display on it. Let me move this out of the way now that I got it in the way. If we ain't getting any votes, we're just going to go forth with what's already torn apart. First and foremost, let's get this paperwork out of the way. I'm going to take a moment and text this person. They said they would be up. It's late here, but oh, wrong way. Go ahead and mute this. Unmute. And let's write quick and write swift. What did I say in that iPhone? What the hell did that? It went to a grounding thing, and it was part of. Who knows what it was part of? All right, we got to grab an iPhone 11 to see. I just want to report what I found on video. That there was definitely something broken in that, and let's see if an iPhone 11 resembles that iPhone 11 Pro Max statement. Hey, I resemble that. What the hell? Oh boy. So it was something up in here. It was like a ground strip, but it just broken ribbon cable. It could be replaced. I'll put on here that there was a broken ground. I don't know what else it would go to. Charging. Silence as I would write. And either way, I guess I did prove that as long as you do get that number, you don't have to read the data from the old screen, because we didn't plug the screen into the program or read the data. We just plugged it into the phone and read from the phone and 3 tools to get the number, copied it, and put it in. So yeah, just simply with the cover board ID number, you can recover True Tone. All right, gotta go copy this paperwork. Well, bam, we got it done. Perfect. And we'll hop on this PlayStation. Then I also gotta cane out and unlock my door because this user is coming for their phone. Hopefully don't trip on the cord. All right, wake up, computer. You on? You look like you're on. Who is this? Who is this? All right, scanner up. Good? Good. All right. All right, PlayStation 4 time. Let's do it. So, we got the PlayStation fixed. We had to fix the power button originally for anybody that wasn't here. Required a power button, and then there's a loose pin on the HDMI port, and we went over that. The loose pin just reflowed all the pins. It's all working, but whenever you have the cable connected, it's still a little wobbly, so not ideal. So we gotta swap that HDMI port out. So bring that in and get started on it. And then I have one laptop. Didn't plan on being here this long, but if we're getting stuff done, we might as well get it done, right? I think what we're going to do is get a fresh drink. Oh. So here's the culprit. Not even really worried. Not even going to demonstrate or essentially do anything. How much battery did we manage to pump into that? Not much, but enough to stay on that the user can test it. We'll plug this laptop in elsewhere. That way we have a place for our PlayStation to plug in. I am going to have to mute here shortly when the owner of the phone gets here. So, won't be long. Put that out here so we make sure to get everything for this thing. And we're going to have to replug the capture card, right? Yes. Replug the capture card for the PlayStation and see if it's going to give us a wiggle wobble when we move it, which is exactly what we don't want. All right, let's check the battery power of the mic. It's running low. We got enough to go for a little while yet, though, so we use it up. Get us a Philips. This thing is needing software installed. Don't know why. Probably turning it off the wrong way, honestly, but here we go. Incoming HDMI port. Should have did the other side first. One of these days we'll learn what order to do this stuff in. Right? One of these days. Not today, but one of these days soon. The cable's all twisted. We'll try and flex that back to some type of state of normal at some point. Ooh. Yeah, the thing is twisted and bent. Alright, all unplugged. Board should ideally come out, unless I'm mistaken. I could be mistaken. Let's take our little power button out while I'm thinking of it before we break that. And try and hold these ribbons someplace where they go sort of flat. Alright, new HDMI port. Where are you? Not important. Solder. We'll need that. Alright, HDMI. So we can prep the new one. Probably going to tin pads on it slightly. Boy, we do have some components right there if we want to do hot off and then hot back on. I think we'll clean up. We'll blow some hot heat at it. I don't know. Let me see. What are we going to do? We'll clean off a little bit of the solder on the legs. That's what's going to be the main holder, getting all that stuff hot the whole way through. So we'll clean up some of the solder on our legs, on the HDMI port, just a little bit, and then start working toward there we go. Start working our way toward pulling that port. And for right now, we're going to clean up a bit of the junk solder on it, which would be that one there. Throw some leaded on. Oh, damn it. I have to get the actual iron out. We can't use the micro pencil. It's never going to sink enough heat into that board. We need the iron. And a good tip. So finally, the job on screen matches what we're working on after a while. All right, so we're going to swap out our bent conical. I use this everywhere. And we're going to hop on over, I think. I don't want to go to the giant one. I don't think we'll get away with that one. And the round one is just like too steep that it always ends up contacting something else. So we'll try and get away with the smaller one. I don't think we will, but we'll really try. Honestly, give an honest effort at this. All right, reach up, get the iron plugged in, and go at it. Where are we at? HDMI, that's what we want, right? Man, look at all those components right by that HDMI leg. That's no fun. you need a big tip on this one to transfer heat into, like, look at that. We're just trying to get it soft enough. We're gonna have to go with a bigger tip just to even start sinking, pulling that out of there, any of that stuff. So let's jump up in size. We'll go to the big one. Where is he? That's a guy. I don't like him none. Prepare for the squeal. All right, tad bit bigger. Let it get warm. Let's grab some wick and pull that out of there. All this is doing just cutting down some of the blobbage on those legs. Looks like somebody might have replaced this port already, honestly, with the way those were. I've never seen them come blobbed up like that from factory. Ooh, ooh. All right, are we back? Are we back? Is there audio? The customer came in to get her phone. That's awesome. I like it. And anyhow, let's get back to melting this PlayStation. Sorry, I had to mute and jump out of here. I should go lock my door so I don't get any wandering vagrants coming in, but we'll risk it. We'll risk it for tonight. So where were we? We did those. We pulled some off there. Let's see if we can't crack some more off there. Some more solder. I don't mind doing hot off, hot on these. Much better than like on a thin board like a switch, but still always seems to lead to trouble for me. I don't know how or why, but it just does. Always seems to breed trouble for this guy. Some way, somehow. There's part of the problem, getting in at the right angle. And this one, I bet we're going to get solder on that without even trying. We got to go to a slightly different tip for this one. Let's grab the tips. That one won't. This one has to work. I don't care what anybody says. It's got to. It's going to get in there way easier than that gargantuan thing. I'm not digging that flux that's on there, man. There's some of it gone. Let's go for a little more. See if we can pull a little bit off of this without removing any of those components. That one I'm not too sure of. All right, hot air time. Actually, no, let's get our new port ready. All right, so we're just going to throw a little flux on there, run across 10 nose pads, and then take and pull one port off and try and put one back on. Doubt it's going to work. We'll probably have some serious cleanup to do. Who knows? We're at least going to give it a try. I don't do these every day, but need to do them more often is the thing. Iron, where are you, Big Iron? We need to clean you off. Yeah, like something like that. Looks good. Looks good. Excuse me. Normally do this with bent conical, but we'll see what we can achieve with this guy. All tinned, not great, but all tinned. Should do it. All right. Hot air, let's pull this port off. And the bad thing about this is I really need to move my hot air station from where it is. I have it zip tied down so it doesn't move, and it's always constantly just barely not long enough to make its way to the edge of the bench. But we can get it out here. It's just it's more like Nuisanceville than working flawlessly, you know, if that makes sense. All right, so let's take a peek. Let's find that HDMI port. So what we want to see is when all those are mounted. The other thing about having it off the bench is if anything drops off, like, that's bad news, you know. So maybe I think I'm going to do it on the bench. That way, if anything falls, any components, we have a better chance at finding them. Because for whatever reason, it always seems like I'm the master at dropping components off of stuff when doing hot off, hot on. So we're going to try and throw some heat into that. We're going to put it up on something. It's going to have to be high in the air too. That's the thing. High enough to get the gun under. So we're talking, let's get this height measured out now. Right about there. We're going to have to unnozzle this guy. Let me cool him back down. Get a box and get to work. Is that cold already? Ooh, Like it. All right. Unnozzled. So here's what we got going on. We got a box on the bench, essentially. We're going to pull it out towards the edge, but I can be blowing hot air on it and also seeing if anything's falling, hopefully. It'll probably blow it out of the way where I'll never see it. Let's take stock. We're going to count an exact number just because I'm not super duper familiar with these, but I need to be. Where are we at? Right by the HDMI. So what do we have there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm counting 7 components, right? That we really need to be wary of. Meaning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, possibly 8. Here back, not super concerned. We're mainly going to be in this area with the heat. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, here goes to not dropping any of those. Pull this guy out, get our scope on the HDMI port so we can see when stuff starts melting, right? Gonna zoom way in there, get it in focus. And start blasting hot air out. I need to grab a weight, hard drives for weight, and a piece of paper. I'm gonna throw some serious weight on this thing. Hopefully it doesn't bounce, doesn't move. That'll be good. Less bouncing, less moving equals less chance of flinging components off of the board. We grab the cane, and we're gonna get a drink and lock our door. I'm gonna pull that out a little close to the edge. I don't like it, but we need to see when that stuff starts to melt, right? Doing this with a microscope cam, I mean, by all rights, we could do it way easier. Which way to do this now? Microscope where we can see stuff melting, or do it with the above bench cam where we can do everything completely over the bench. Well. Let's see. Let's check this out. Let's go above. The only thing about that is we got to go way up. And that's like way unsteady. So if components are falling off, might as well forget it. All right, we got our weight. Shouldn't be too unstable. We'll get out here and get focused on HDMI port. My above camera is far enough away that it should not. We might even be able to take a peek at that. Is it because of the zoom level? Is that what it is? Might even be able to see it melting. I doubt it. All right, let's throw some hot air at it until it decides it's going to melt and jump off of there. if you've ever done these, you know the challenge that's about to happen. One, we got to crack into this tasty Red Bull that we got here. Can't really see it, but in challenge 2, we got to throw a lot of heat into this board here. And when I say a lot, I mean a damn lot. Let me turn the airflow down quite a bit. So with low airflow, that's going to help us avoid flinging components off or blowing them off. So we want high heat, low airflow. And let me get a set of tweezers that are appropriate for this job. Probably not, but good guess. And we're doing this with a cheap hot air station, so keep that in mind. If we got to take the temp up, we will. Also, after we throw a little heat into the board, I'm going to take and throw some flux on here. 1, it smokes, and 2, flux helps solder flow, and that's what we want. We want solder to get flowing. So as we're piping heat into the board, we're going to try and get in and throw some right across the back. May not be perfect, but we got to put a lot of heat into this thing. We're going to do slight side to side. Try not to wiggle things to death. And just start playing with the port. It takes a ton of heat. Slightly higher airflow may help, but it's going to take time and put heat into this board. It is starting to loosen. The legs are starting to loosen. That's good. We need the back to loosen. I may blow some air down from the top. I'm gonna grab a different set of pliers real quick. Just something that I can get a better grip with than tweezers. I'm gonna put hot air back onto this. Tweezers aren't the best for taking and holding stuff. That board cooling down, we're gonna have to throw more hot air back into it. Didn't cool down too much, but this is where a good hot air station really pays off too. If you have one or can afford one, want to upgrade one. I've never seen the need to, because I've always used one of these cheap ones, but I definitely, when I start messing with these boards that are thick like this, you can definitely notice it. You gonna mount those other legs finally? Thank you. So I'm going to try and get this to pop off of here now. Not quite. Hopefully we ain't caught any pins. It should be ready to come off. I think it's bent tight is why it's being so spiteful. Oh, there we go. So there you go. Can you heat up the board enough with a cheap hot air station? Yes. Low airflow and high heat. That was 480 or 460. Sorry. This station goes up to 500. I think some cap out at 4. Now I just want to take a quick look. The board's going to be smoking hot. We're going to take a quick look and see if everything on the bottom survived. What did I say? 1, 2. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, possibly 8. But yeah, everything's still there. We may have to reattach the one diode, but for right now, it's there. The burnt flux don't look great, but that can be cleaned up. We will attempt to clean out that one hole, and if so, we're going to set the port back on and attach it that way with the iron. I don't like hot back on. I'm not good at those, and I end up having to redo them. So you can. Take the HDMI ports off with a cheap hot air station on PS4s, Xbox One X, PS5s, Series X, Series S. You can get them off there. You just patience. It's not going to pump heat into it like a JBC or an Atten or a Weller or anything like that. And you got to keep in mind you got a Wangdong or a new Calox or a Get Hot Not So Fast or a Zenny or whatever weird ass brand. Keep that in mind. It's cheap for a reason. It does the job, just not as fast. Anyhow, let's get in here with our scope, take a look at this, see if any of this stuff's going to need reattached. Hopefully not, but you never know. So old port, junk, is that the one? That's the guy. That is definitely the guy. Bring the scope in. Little look, little see. Yeah. That diode's got some burnt flux around it. Not looking great. Let's see what some IPA will do, though. Yeah, it'll clean it up little by little. We gotta soften the brush. Everything's still hanging on there. Everything should be sound. If need be, we can get some more heat on it. Just add some more flux to it. But we should be able to just merely... I don't think... Was there components this side? I don't believe so. Takes a little bit to clean up, burnt flux, but hey. We haven't destroyed anything yet. Now we're going to grab our plastic. Maybe. Yeah, there it is. Grab our plastic tool and give it a shot at kind of nudging this stuff up a little. That's on there. That's on there as well. Ooh. Let's try and bust that flux, that burnt flux, bust it loose just a little. Gwyn. It's actually everywhere. Check the phone. I got stuff dinging in. Battery saver. Battery, come on, man. I don't need a battery saver. All right, let's go to the top side and see what's what. Obviously, a lot of flux ran back there and didn't really cook. Didn't rip any pads. That's good. That's a good day. Did get a little heat on the network port, probably just from it spreading out, but overall not bad. You can tell some heat got in here though, right in there. What are we gonna do about that hole there? Can we throw? Is there any chance that we throw solder down in there and get it to draw out? Let's see what happens. I don't know. We'll try it. We got this big tip on. Maybe we can get enough heat into it. Throw some leaded in there. Try and get it to mix, right? That's the plan. Try and get it to mix in. Get it warm enough. If we can get it to mix in, right, then we should be able to wick it back out, hopefully. Definitely not happening. We'll give it a shot though. Yep, nope, staying stuck right there, right past where we need it. Let's see if the bottom side has the reach. I don't think it does. No, it looks like it's even further in. Well, here goes. Dock the iron. Oh. Docker iron, and we're going to go in with hot air and the wick and pull it out that way. That's another way. You can use a solder sucker too. Don't think you can't. Let's find that hole again. Where is it? Right there. Ooh. It's going to be fun, but it should work. Sounded what I was thinking. We're going to need some focused hot air on this one. Use a little bit bigger nozzle. That's lame too. Shit, where are you, friend? Try and put him on quick, super quick. Yeah, right. Woo. Turn it off. That's hot. That's hot. Hot, 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 hot. Turn right back on. Yeah, he's just gonna fall apart. All right, so that should have joined up with that. Whether it heated up or not, I don't know. All Empty out, you simple thing. Come on. We need to get that big tip out to try and even attempt to heat this up. Let's throw some solder back in. If we have to, solder suckers available as well. All right, come here, big guy. Where is he? Try this one. That's got a pretty good sized thermal mass to it. That big blocky one is just the complete wrong angle, though, for anything that I've ever seen, ever used. Just doesn't make any sense. Well, this one's good at squashing that stuff out. Imagine that. Got down pretty deep on it. Still basically same status as before. And we hit it too much more. We're going to lift the pads there. So let's flip it over, see if we can pull it from the top side equally as good. The problem is when you heat it, solder wants to jump back down through the port instead of come up out. Yeah, see, that's just like dead center. You know, we're going to hit it with heat and heat that area up and drop the port on. Let me get a different tip and replace that solder. So we're going to replace the solder on the pin where the pins go. I'm going to throw flux on there and just wick across and clean that up a little. And then hot air and drop our leg through. It's only one. I wanted to clean it out. I don't like doing anything that way, the hot on. All right, so we got some flux there. We're going to quickly take and throw some leaded solder on with it and just make a big mess out of everything. Very light touch. Now we'll clean them off. All right, more flux, and just run across there with, add some leaded to it, fluff those up, and then we'll get the hot air on it. Hot air, when we're blowing it to melt that hole to get our port back in, should melt the leaded a lot quicker than the lead free. It melts at a lower temp. We get those fluffed up enough without burning them off the board. Looks to be the case. Let's clean that up and get this poured on. Some battles worth fighting. That one isn't one. The 100% cleaning each hole out. We'll just hit it. We know hot air will melt it. We'll put some more leaded on there so the hot air is guaranteed to melt it and sink our port through it. If it's stuck in there, that's good reason. It's probably going to remain stuck. What the hell are you? Tiny little remnant. Can we knock you out of there? Or are you stuck? Actually stuck to something? Say you are down in there, friend. Goodbye. Nice to know you, but we'll see you later. Alright, get off the microscope cam, switch over to this cam. We're going to bring our box back. We're going to have to set it up. Where the hell did it go? It's over there. Oh. How's the mic? Sound? Yeah, we're running low. We'll swap out here in a few. Alright, let's get this poured up. Get our weight on here. That way it doesn't want to fall. Get the camera scoped in on that. Yeah, scoped. Camera focused in. Alright, so essentially we want to see that solder melt in that hole. When I see that go liquid, that means we're ready to drop the new port on, and we're going to hold heat there for just a moment, you know? Just a moment. I'm going to have to pull the nozzle off. We don't want to hit it with too much heat, as we'll start melting the plastic, but it's okay to hold it on there for a few seconds and get it firmly attached. No issues with that. You're going to have to drop this on nice and straight once we got that hot. Those other holes are going to blow out easy, and then that solder, the other solder should, on the pads, that will melt easy. just want the solder in that hole to melt, definitely. It looks like it is. We'll test it. Not quite. It's going to take some heat to get in there. Still no. Let's, do I add some leaded? Do I? I'm going to add some direct heat with an iron quick. You better not be stuck. So that's direct heat. Let's melt it. Get some heat on top. All the pads should go shiny silver. They'll be shinier for me. And I'm waiting on that one leg hole to melt. When that melts, we can drop this on. It is starting to melt, and we're going to drop this in. And it didn't melt the whole way through. And we're going to hold it there. Hold heat on, hold it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pull heat away, keep holding. And hopefully we're on all those pads. Nice. We'll check it. We're going to get under the scope and check it though. The port is setting nice and flat. That's what we care about, really. Let's go check the work and throw some solder on those other legs if the work is good. Definitely got a hot board, that's for sure. Beverage time. What's the verdict? Is it on there? We back? Yeah, we're back. Mike died. Sorry about that. Yeah. All right, so that big tip did happen to sink the solder down in there. We have a little bit of burnt flux on stuff, so we're going to try and get that cleaned up. We use a little bit stiffer brush. Go in with some IPA. I just want to basically get that burnt flux cleaned off. We flaked a piece off the board there. Not exactly what I wanted, but what's the story here? I don't want to go through those traces, but that stuff is burnt to the board. All right, let's find out up top what cleanup needs done, if any. What we can't do. Yeah, see, even though it sank in, it still didn't sink up top and make it nice and perfect, like so it looks like the bottom. That one might, no. So we're going to clean those off. I'm going to take our iron and clean the sides off and try and get it to flow through. I guarantee, yeah, there's no way. If we put this in there, it's just going to splash it up against the side of the port. Guaranteed, yeah, that's all. That's only outcome is it goes up against the side of the port. We just can't get in there steep enough to do anything about it. It will throw the heat in that we want if we can get it to touch the board. But that's the thing. Can we get it to touch the board? Or is the mass of it too big? And that's what happens. It always goes up against the side. See that? And then we have to clean that off more. Where is it? Let's look. Yep, nope, not going to go through. No way, no how. We're going to have to do it from the bottom. So let's get our wick and clean that off. Our anchors, whatever we want to call them. Let's go in and give a quick touch. So the side's cleaned off. Yep. And let's get the other side real quick. We'll try and grab it as well. It's got a massive blob on it. So when grab it, hit it with some heat, try and pull it off of there. Grab it with a different spike. Different section of wick. All right, mostly off the side. Let's try the bottom again. We're gonna send some serious heat into it. Yeah, there's enough there that it should sink in. If we can get it hot enough, throw some flux on. Flux just gets it flowing. So we'll take and throw some on. Iron is cleaned off. Let's just go in with the heat and see what's what. Let that blow up through. Let's try the other side and see what the verdict is on that. This is where we're going to run mad amounts of solder onto that copper. Watch me. Guaranteed. We could do this one from here and maybe that one from that way. Let's try it. Fuck did that? There it is. Did I rake anything off the board? I did. There was something here, wasn't there? Yep. Fuck. Where did it go? 100% there was something there, right? I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7. And it's probably on the... Yeah, it's on the tip. I gotta grab it if it's not cooked. Son of a bitch. One slip. That's all it takes. One freaking slip. Alright, we're gonna have to hot air that back in place. If it's not dead. Fuck. Let's get in there and take a look at the carnage. Yep, that blob right there. He's got to go back on. Both his feet are there, coincidentally. And they're both down. So we're going to try and hot air him into place right here. That literally raked right off the board. Insane. Oh, fuck. All right. We're going to need a nozzle. Now we're not using new. We use old. That'll keep them there, right? Cannot believe that raked off the board. That's insane. And it's covered now. Well, let's see if there's recovery on this one. We're gonna have to go hot. There we go. And low airflow. Not at all what I wanted to do. What the fuck up in there? We need to solder up this thing, whatever the hell that is. That really don't look like nothing right now, but believe me, there is something there. We're gonna flux on that and see if we can't get him to stick a little better. Do I think it's good? Probably not. Am I hoping? Fuck yes. Lots of flux. Go back on, little buddy. Alright, he's attached. Little resistor attached. We're going to go in with a micro pencil at some point and definitely attach him better. Fuck's sake. Alright, I don't know if I don't rake any of these off this time. Let's check our heat. There are our pass through. Yeah, you can see there it's still, I mean, it's not coming up through the whole way around. That's the problem. We're not getting enough heat on there. So let's flip it over and go at it again. See if we can do anything different. Like not rake that the hell off the board this time. Excuse me. Red Bull is killing me. It's part way up. It's not the full way up. I'm going with it. We're going to check those pins. Let's clean the bottom up. Switch to the micro pencil. Check our pins. Check that resistor on the bottom that we raked off the board with that giant tip. And rebuild this and see. It's time to move on here. So let's get in here and get a pin check quick. Oh yeah, exactly what I wanted to have to get in this space. Can't even really tell, but let's try. Not connected, not connected. Might be connected. Not. They kind of, I think they were with flux, so I'm going to quit pushing on before I bend one. We're going to rake across there. Throw some flux on, even though there's some there. Rake across there with a micro pencil both ways, heat it up, and check that resistor on the bottom and rebuild this and test it. We can only play with it so long, you know? And I'm well beyond my threshold of play with this thing. Here we go. Micro pencil coming out. And honestly, it kind of makes sense to do the hot off, hot on. That way you're not playing around with the soldering iron and the pins. It's honestly a good idea. However, I love to play things safe rather than sorry. That's kind of where I go with it. All right, give me this foam thing. You get out of there. And give me that. That will put my board up in an angle. Should be more than enough solder on those pins. We're going to have to do it from each way. That's the sad thing. Flux. Flux, flux, flux. Even though there's some there, we're going to add more. More can't hurt. And just the tiniest bit of solder on the iron. Don't you dare run back on it or... Iron is completely clean. Let's see if we can start pulling that. Nah, we're going to have to hit that with wick to clean that little bit off. Come on, anything other than more. Way out of focus. Apologies. I'm going to raise it up a little and then drop it. Keeps wanting to run back, like downhill, which, you know, is obvious, but... we need to get that bit out of there. And that bit out of there. And then we got to hit the other side, different angle. Just hold the board to do it. You got to get the two on this side here, this corner, or two or three. It's always a couple that... All right, I think we got enough. Let's clean it out and check the pins just to see what the situation is there. We're gonna have to flood that area, sadly. Why does it mute? Son of a bitch, why does it mute? All right, PlayStation works. Happy. Let's go. Quick break. All right, so my colorful commentary, since it was muted, my mic died and it was muted. I dropped all the screws on the floor and had to climb around with a broken foot, which was definitely not fun. I don't know if I found all the screws. I hope. I definitely found the portable screw hole, so I'm happy about that. That we brought back that portable screw hole that is in some of these models. And we're going to try and reassemble this thing now. We got to sweep out a little bit of it. And then, yeah. It's got new thermal paste. That'll help it. The fan's cleaned out. The internals cleaned out. And you missed my colorful commentary while I was learning about American football because I don't have the first clue, like how it's played. I seen that we had some type of plan up on screen right before we would toss around the ball. There was a plan. I'm like, yeah, that looks like a good plan, but what if plan A fails? It looked like maybe there was a plan B and C or something. I don't know. But yeah, professional, as you can tell, with American football. Cannot be denied. Trying to get this sticky crap, whatever it is, out of here this last little bit. And then we're going to sweep this thing out. Looks like soda or something in it, man. It's... What the heck? There we go. Oh, whoa. There's a bunch. Okay, so we're going to have to soak this one with some cleaner. Some cleaner and wipe it out. And that I also explained that the tearing that you're seeing on screen was not the console. It's my cheap $20 capture card. So, yeah. There we go. We got some cleaner juice going in here. Wipe this out. Off of the console, preferably. I just wanted to get all the major sticky soda type, or whatever the hell it was, up. We'll go in with the brush and brush out the dust if we can. Sticky stuff is mostly gone. Time to give it a clean. We don't want to snap off our eject buttons, so we're going to be careful around that. All right. Almost want to take, try and push that eject button out, but I'm afraid I'll break it if I do. So, let's see. Can we get that out of there in one piece, one go? I don't know what retains it, what keeps it. Fuck it, we'll leave it. Got that one cleaned out fairly well. Let's brush out the top. The other top piece, I think we got this one already. Yeah, we did. And there should be one more piece. Yeah, it's right in front of me. We have this one that we're going to just brush out quick. Not horribly bad. Hey, I found the other sticker. It's right there. For some reason, it ended up inside the console. That's funny. Yeah, let's start putting it back together and see what we can or can't do. We have a couple mangled up little guys. We're going to try and pull the dust away from them. They got little dust bunnies. I don't have any PS4 thermal pads, and I don't know if the blue ones that I have do any good as far as cooling. So we're going to stick with the stock ones. Even though they may be a bit dusty, we'll try and make them work for what we need. Well, that didn't work. We may be... Wow. We may be sticking some blue ones on here. Not that I want to. That was a massive fail. Broom, give this a good clean around everything. Alright, let's get our stuff, find the same thickness and cut out. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. Throw them right on our RAM chips there. They should be hanging on a peg. Right over here. Grab my walker. Silicon pads, there we go. We need same thickness. Hopefully it's not this one. It's all wacky in shape, but I believe it is. Let's find one to compare. So it's not the next. Yep, it's the wacky. All right, so let's find a straight edge. Some squares that are roughly the size that we need. Those. We'll cut right down the edge here to get a nice strip. What did I say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. Four, 5. Kind of small. We'll skip out on that one. And cut across here. That should give us 3. Ooh. Fucked. Go. Alright, 3. Here we go. We need 3 out of this one. They're not all perfectly sized, but they should do the job. I've done this on a couple consoles, never really seen any complaints, so I think they were cooling adequately enough. Let's go ahead and throw one here. All the ones. And I do understand there's different ratings for this stuff. We'll pop him in there. 3 to go. It's kind of odd shaped, but we're going to use him anyway. He has a little tail on him. He'll work. He's ready. He's ready. Just watch. So we need to get rid of a couple clear ones. Those are the hard ones to peel. Ones have the clear backer on. Okay, and finally all the rest. Not that these ones are any easier. This kind of nightmare fuel as well, but they come off easier than the clear. Okay. I'm trying to think what I'm screwing up with. Where, how, why, who, what, when. And this has to go back here. That's going to pop up. I know we have the portable screw hole we got to put in, and then we have a bunch bunch of crap up here to put in. The best we can do is just start putting the screws in there, you know, and see what happens. Get rid of the thermal pads, toss them in the pile that's growing behind us. Get out of here, really? All right, let's try it. Grab our Torx. We're gonna try running all the Torx in. Don't know if one goes there, but one was. I don't want to say it was there originally, but somebody had one there. Same with here. There is an arrow pointing there, so we'll go with it. Our little portable screw hole. Actually, let me put another Torx in to kind of hold this big plate in place. There goes one. That will be, I don't know if that's Torx or a fine one, but that's definitely fine. That's held in place enough for now. We're going to flip over. And one of these is the portable screw hole. Which one is it? It's going to be this guy over here. So put that in. And this one gets that portable screw hole wherever the hell it is. We got to find them. There he goes. All right, let's. All right, portable screw hole in place. We can run a couple more, what, 2 more Torx? 2 or 3? We have 1 already. I think 2. And then we're done on this side for now. Or completely. Possibly completely. We'll check our ribbon cables and Wi-Fi wire that it's routed properly. I know we put the disk drive back in. That's good. Takes the disc in like a pro. We did not have to resort to the plan that Mr. Chris and I made of putting some nice sticky flux on those rollers and spreading it out, but that would have definitely pulled a disc in. No issues. No worries, no concerns. Damn, that is loose for a button. All right, so our wire is clipped in everywhere it need be. Goes up, bing bang. Looks good. I think at this point, can we not snap the bottom on? Is that's a thing, right? So let's put the front in. Let's see if our eject button clicks. It does. All right, we'll be able to retrieve my disc and let's go to town. So we have a few of these screws, goofy ones. One will match that and hold that fan, the other blade of the fan in, plus this top metal piece. And that's a fan as well, or same type screw. And then I think a black metal one, but I can't confirm that a black metal one goes there. A black fine thread, because it's threading in the metal. That's kind of the secret to these. If you've never torn one apart, if it's threading in the metal, it'll be the fine thread. If it's threading in the plastic, it's going to be the coarse thread Torx screw. And the only ones you have to keep straight are the black fine thread and the silver fine thread. Silver fine thread generally go back here. And I might have done that. No, I think the black thing does not go that far over. Where's the other one? There he is. Man, all that time with it muted, that's kind of shitty. But oh well, it happens. It happens. Be a damn boring video. But you can't cut nothing out alive, so it is what it is. It happens. First, second or third stream, give me a break, you know? Okay, working on it. We'll throw a couple more Torx in just to get them out of the way. The ones that confuse me are the ones that when this piece goes on, it's going to be one up front, which is there, and then that one. So I can put one here, and then one here. Let's keep going. So we'll sink one there. And let's put this guy on, of course. He's got a little alignment tab, a little peg that sticks up that aligns into that. And it goes down over the screw, covers the screw hole actually. And we'll put 2 Torx in, I believe. Is it Torx? Yeah, 2 Torx that hold those in, 2 silver Torx. I think we're missing literally one screw. I gotta crawl around on this damn floor for one screw. One fucking screw. One or two. I haven't made my mind up yet. 1 or 2. It's definitely 1 or 2 missing. 2. I'm going to say 2. Who knows where the hell all they bounce. So we got to find 2 Torx screws. Fucking fun. So one will go there. And one goes back there. We'll check the bench too to make sure there's none laying there. Get off of that screw, man. What are you doing? That's what happens when you drop them. You got a broken toe, broken foot. You know, you can't really dive and hope to catch them all. Those 2 are for the back. That's fine. This is not even part of this system. Yeah, there's no missing screws other than the 2 Torx that hold the top lid on there and there. So we got to find them. Got to go for it. Let's grab a magnet. Ooh. and look for these guys. Hopefully they're somewhere close. Possibly on the chair where I dropped the screws. Could be. That would be amazing. Yep, got one already. It's on the chair where everything fell. And let's look for number 2 on the chair. That would be even more. I don't think I'm that lucky to find 2 screws on the same chair. Nah, definitely not. Okay. Good news, we got one. Peeking with the magnet, trying to find this last Torx screw. Hitting the deck. Is that it? Got it. Yes. Great help. Extendable magnet when you need them. Amazing. All right. This is where we don't want to bust that power button, so we're going to be careful with it, right? We will put it here. Shit. Which way? It has to go over the back. Go over the back, snap over the front, get that hair out of there. Snaps over the front, maybe. Yes. Right, and all the screws are back in place. Except the 2 for the back. Alright, last go around, hard drives in and screwed in. We'll give that a little, make sure it's torqued down. It is. Good, good. And last one, here we go. Doesn't look great, but it does work. So, and I only found one of the 2 stickers, so a lot of sense that don't make. There's one. And 2. All right. Take a minute to pick up some tools here and rattle on about exactly nothing. And I'm going to get out of here. I really want to do the laptop, but I'm burnt on energy. And I got to get my foot elevated. I had it elevated here for a while, but it's time to get it properly elevated and not do another damn thing at all. Oh. Fuck yeah. There we go. All right, there. Thing that always annoys me that I can never keep track of, no matter how hard I try. Probably on the floor, probably threw it out without even paying attention because I was looking for screws. We got, well, here's the real deal. Let me tell you. Okay, I see one. We're going to have to roll this chair back and forth. I'm done walking until I grab my walking stick. It's not even that. It's a monopod. It's a monopod for cameras. Anyhow, here's what annoys me. I get tweezers out, and I have these wonderful things to, keep track of, and I can never, ever keep track of all of them. They're like near impossible for me to keep track of. I don't know how, don't know why, but it just does not happen. So we had 3 tweezers out and 2 things found. Probably one laying on the floor somewhere. I tried putting them up saying, hey, I'm fling this over here, roll it over here. I'll get it. I'll know where it is. Ultimately, I always end up looking for at least one, if not more of them. Straight nuisance. Found it, luckily. Hidden. Here we go. Yep, that's the guy. All right. What other tools? What other fucking tools? In there? Anything else out? There shouldn't be. No, I think that's about it. I think we can clean up and get out of here for the day. Thank you so much for hanging out and watching. I do appreciate it, especially for the silent parts, man. That had to have been brutal. All right, let's do this coherently where we don't have to skip around a bunch with this thing. Man, do not take being able to walk and run and do shit for granted, because as soon as you can't, you will miss it. I promise. And it's not so much running, that it's just the walking normal without it hurting, not being able to put hardly any weight on my foot. Like one sandal, I have socks on with sandals, but one just doesn't fit right now. That's not even a thing. Having this thing fit on my foot is just not even a consideration at this moment. There we go. Fuck yeah. I'll pick you up just for the time being. Yeah. All right, I think that's about it. Let me get this PlayStation off my bench. And what was I going to say after that? Oh, PlayStation off the bench, laptop on the bench. But that'll be tomorrow. I don't even know. I may record it instead of stream it. It just all depends if I can walk any better or not. I don't expect to, but I hope so. All right, throw this on the messy desk. Let's get this up here and just take a peek. Let's see what it is. We're not going to do it. Come on now. Get real. Did I fucking freeze? Oh, you piece of shit. It's the one I unplugged. Of course it's the one I unplugged. You didn't get to see me stumbling around. But hopefully you heard me. So, yeah. PlayStation off the bench. Laptop's on the bench. We'll take a little peek quick. Fuck yeah. Alright. There we are. Turn that job off. Can we turn the job off? There we go. So this is I can't get the chair yet. PlayStation to the front counter. PlayStation assembled. Done. I love it. Oh, back to what I was saying before the camera thing. Sandals with socks on. One fits, one completely doesn't at all. Not even I can't get my toes past the strap part. And I'm wearing like a half sock instead of a sock. It's stupid little half sock. Clean that bullshit later. Oh, all right. Let's take a peek at this and get the hell out of here, man. For real. Chair. Oh, and see what mess we're getting ourselves into with this one. It's aluminum, so that's Yeah. Yeah, it's aluminum. You can hear it. So we got a broken screen. It works. It's just broken. Very broken. We got the new used screen in here. Not get any hopes up, and we'll just kind of carefully unwrap this and make sure the part's gonna work before we get too deep and too crazy into this tomorrow, or definitely not now. Whatever you do, dummy, do not drop it. You need this part. Don't flip and drop it. I am, okay. It's in a bag, and they taped it around it. Did they tape the bag to it in any way, or is it going to literally slide out of this wrapper? Oh, it's hitting something. Let's go the other way. That's better. Ah, it's going over the corner of the bag, and now it's hitting the circuitry of it. There we go. So it looks good. It's got extremely. Let's take a quick peek. We'll have to take them home for my son. He loves them. So looking at it, oh wow! Look at that. Shit! Look at that. It even shifted the hinges. So we're gonna have to uncockeye a hinge somehow. It even bent a hinge. We're gonna have to tear it down and straighten the hinge. And these are the mechanical. These are tough to straighten. Tough to straighten. If you have to tear them apart, they're even worse. Let's look at it. So we have little to no bezel, and we have the aluminum along the bottom, and that kind of matches what we're seeing in the bag. See, we got that's a cutout and a cutout, aluminum bezel, aluminum, and then the skinny next to nothing bezel, rounded corners, and black bar across the top where there's a camera and a little cutout for the camera slider mechanism to block. It's a built-in camera blocker. Can't believe it took laptops so long to come up with putting that in instead of the stick-on one. Anyhow, non-broken screen, broken. This is the next job, but yeah, we're not doing it tonight on the beat. It's time to go home. It's late. Still not used to the time change. Normally it would be 12:30 right now, not 1:30. So yeah. There we go. Come on. Anyhow, it's time to go. Time to get out of here, people. Thank you so much for hanging out and dealing with the hot messes that come to this bench. As I always try to say, but I'm not so successful. Much love. I do appreciate it. Each and every single click, like, comment, interaction, hanging out in the chat, even letting it run while you're sleeping. You're cool too. Thank you. But I'm going to get out of here for the night. And maybe I'll be back tomorrow. If not, I'll be back Sunday, hopefully. Podcast. Don't forget that. Anyhow, thank you. We'll see you then.